Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Dhena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah.
Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Om Jnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Shatarne. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. First, I'd like to ask His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj if he would come and make an offering. What time? How much time would you like? You may have as much as you wish.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayyam Tatati Shapatantikam. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshtarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. We're fortunate to be here in Govardhana. By the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. All our good fortune is by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. If we think of our life, what our daily routine is from early in the morning till evening, what we eat, what we wear, what we talk about, what we think about, what our mission is in our activities, what we read, what we listen to, what we speak about. It's all thanks to Srila Prabhupada. By good fortune, tvam na sandarshato datra dustaram nistatir shatam sattvam kalir sattvahara pumsam karnatar ivarnavam. The Naimisharanya sages told Sutta Goswami that we've met you by the will of providence. You must be ahead in Russian. We've met you by the will of providence. Not by good karma, not by anything much more than Krishna's mercy. In the difficult terrible ocean of material existence. Is that better now? No, I think it's too low. Just lift this part. Unscrew this. No, this. That's good. That's better, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. The Vishame Bhavam Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I've fallen in this terrible ocean of birth and death. Vishame Bhavam Buddha. So that's our first misfortune, just to be here in this material world. We may be in a better situation, lesser situation, but it's all terrible. And the worst is Kali Yuga, the most degraded age. Kalir Sattvahara Pumsam. The literal meaning is that Kali takes away all the good qualities of the human being. But Srila Prabhupada, hara means takes away, taking away. But Srila Prabhupada in his Bhagavatam translation uses the word deteriorates. Deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being. Like rust. Water on iron. It eats away, and pretty soon it's just rubbish. It may be imperceptible how deterioration is taking place. But at the end, ruined. So this is Kali Yuga. It deteriorates everything. Our thoughts, our habits, our social dealings, our everything. So in this difficult Kali Yuga, Srila Prabhupada has come Karnadari Varnam. Karnadara means as the captain of the ship. To be lost in the ocean is hopeless. But if we get a good ship with a capable captain, then we can cross however difficult an ocean it may be. our position was hopeless, not only individually, but practically. If you took our whole nation, our whole society, the whole thing was hopeless. No proper knowledge, no proper guidance, no prospects. And just the prognosis was that these people will waste their lives and die and come back again. And if they only waste their lives, that's good, but they make so many nefarious things they'll do. So much harm to themselves and others before they die. Harm to the world, harm to other people, harm to animals, harm to their friends, harm to everyone. So Srila Prabhupada has, in the midst of all that, appeared in order to give the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the holy name of Krishna, the science of Krishna consciousness, Bhagavad Dharma, everything. Someplace, one of those songs, Narottam Das, your mercy is all that I'm made of, I think says that. So it's practical also, it's not just a Gurudev, your mercy, but in our life, everything. Subtract, for example, the Hare Krishna mantra and what's left of our life. Subtract Bhagavad Gita as it is, Srimad Bhagavatam, all of Prabhupada's books, and the knowledge given there, and what is there? What is our life about? Subtract Krishna Prasadam. Who'd want to live? And the association of the Vaishnavas. So all of this is coming from Srila Prabhupada. And now Prabhupada's physically no longer present. And, thank you. Prabhupada's, much better. No longer physically present, but no, there's a different thought. Thank you, though. And even the personal memory of Srila Prabhupada may fade. I'm supposed to have had a fair amount of association with Prabhupada. I can hardly remember. What it was like, what exactly happened. It's like from old history. But the instructions are always before us. And by those instructions, Prabhupada's presence and Prabhupada's mercy goes on. if we make those instructions our life and soul, then we're always with Srila Prabhupada. And when we neglect those instructions or forget those instructions, then we're nowhere. Yasya prasada nagatir kutopi. The nagatir kutopi means what destination does he have? Where is he? He's nowhere. So that danger is always there at every moment. Krishna is there on one side, Maya is there on the other side. The danger is that I may forget Prabhupada's instructions. I may minimize the importance of the instructions. What number of offenses is that in chanting the holy name? 3. Guru avagya, to disobey or neglect the instructions. Disregard avagya, it's like disregard the instructions of the spiritual master. Then we're immediately nowhere. That danger is always there. Then then the material vision comes, and we start thinking in terms of our own intelligence, our own capability, our own agendas, and then we're in danger, like looking over the railing of the ship, and this far from being overboard. And on the other side, by remembering Srila Prabhupada's instructions, all good fortune. There's some ISKCON painting, everyone's on the ship, Prabhupada's there at the wheel, and everyone is in ecstasy, chanting and dancing. The good ship ISKCON. So that's the other side. Yasya prasada, bhagavat prasada. By remembering Prabhupada's instructions, by following Prabhupada's instructions, we get all help from Krishna. Our life becomes wonderful and remains wonderful. Better and better. Svadhu, svadhu, pade, pade. And at the end, back home, back to Godhead. Jayam stuvam stasya yashastri sandhyam. Therefore, as Prabhupada translated, I should always remember my spiritual master. Generically, the spiritual master, but especially Prabhupada's, has a mind of its own, like most ISKCON microphones. Kalir Sattvahara Pumsam. If the microphone would stick to its prescribed duty according to the regulative principles, its life would be perfect. And as soon as it deviates, it becomes useless. So, the spiritual master, but Prabhupada's position is extraordinary by the very name. All the spiritual masters are at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. And therefore those who are at the lotus feet of the spiritual masters are also at Prabhupada's lotus feet. And that's our good fortune. So I'm the first to speak. That means you get to hear the better addresses after me. Thank you. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Gaur Premanande. His Holiness Jai Dvaita Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Now I'd like Asik Krishna Maharaj to please come. Where's my pen and paper? Havi Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Maharaj, I was very inspired by what you said. I was thinking that this transatlantic, where Prabhupada was captain, and he was going from in America and in Europe and in Africa, in Asia, everywhere, just picking up people and put them on top of this transatlantic, and then he left and he said, okay, you socialize and go to Vaikuntha. And that's where our problem started. We are coming from a crippled society with very few values, and we have been given the highest values anywhere. And we have new concepts, new language. It's amazing that devotees of Krishna go around the world speaking Sanskrit and Bengali and quoting verses from ancient scriptures. Really sudurlabha, really rare people, unique. The devotees are a treasure. I still remember when I found the first devotee in my life, 1971. That was in Israel, and it was a shock. I still remember when he opened the door and he said, Hare Krishna, and I said, what? He told me to get in, and I was looking for a seat, and they said, no, we sit on the floor. Really? And then he brought some fruits and I was waiting for the spoon, and he said, "No, we eat with the hand." So the more he was speaking, the more I was saying, am I in the right place? I still remember the smell of strawberry incense of spiritual sky. And when I looked at the wall, I remember I saw this bluish, charming painting, and I said, "Who is that?" I said, "Oh, that is Krishna." "And who is Krishna?" He said, "Oh, Krishna is God." So internally I thought, are you serious? Everybody's looking for God and you have Him hanging in your wall. On your wall. On your wall. And then when he said, come and see the altar, that was it. Altar means no way. Especially when you're coming from the Jewish tradition. And here they were, Panchatattva with the hands upwards, and it was charming, but I didn't dare to give obeisances of any of that. But when was the change? I'll let you know. Next time when I came to visit, by the way, I was already hypnotized. I was trying not to be too conscious of it, but I couldn't resist it. Next time when I arrived, the person who was leading the yatra there in Israel was Dinesh Chandra. He was coming from Berkeley, from California. And his wife, Krishna Devi, she was the one who did the cookbook, the first cookbook, which was black and white, a rectangular one. And and I saw a tape recorder, 7.5-inch unit with some recordings, and he told me that he was the one who recorded the first classes of Prabhupada before Krishna Kanti did. So he said, "Do you want to hear my spiritual master?" And I said, "Yes." And then I put my headphones, and the first thing I hear is Vandeham Sri. I just took the headphones out. And I'm not exaggerating, my hair was standing on air. I said, "What is this?" This is my spiritual, and this is the beginning of everything. This is the beginning of everything. My life changed right there at that moment with that sound. But then there was a second stroke when I understood that it was a special day. I didn't know what it was. And they had 35, 40 preparations. And they say, "Oh, today is the day, appearance day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." Oh, nothing sounded familiar. I didn't know what he was saying, but I said, okay. And then, guess how many guests they had? 1. That is me. And 35 preparations. So you have the initial superficial experience, but then you have the first stroke by Srila Prabhupada's voice. And then 35 preparation offered to Krishna. That was enough. That is the change of life. So what can we say? We've been rescued from horrible habits, culture, conducts, codes of life. I mean, it's simply degraded. But we didn't know, because we didn't have a point of reference. Where were we? Where was I? It was completely normal to munch on cow's meat. And whoever doesn't do it, then he is the strange person. Well, now I am very proud and very happy to be a strange person and grateful to be so because of Srila Prabhupada's mercy and his love for us, for me. So this is all I wanted to say. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Havi Prabhu started all the preaching in South America. Havi Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Prema Tarangani. Are you here, please? What's that? Prema Tarangani. Sit on it. No. Prema Tarangani is not here. Okay. Yeah.
Харе Кришна. Сейчас, простите, я очень волнуюсь. Харе Кришна, дорогой Шрила Прабхупада. Примите, пожалуйста, мои смиренные поклоны в пыли ваших лотосных стоп. В пыли стоп всей гору Парампары, всех ачарьев, Гауди Вайшнавы Сампрадая. В этот особый день, который откликается в сердце всех вайшнавов всего мира, во всех странах, на всех континентах. Это особый день в жизни каждого вайшнава, каждого преданного искон, Международного общества сознания Кришны, которое вы создали в 1966 году, собирая в единую духовную семью души, стремящихся познать верховную личность Бога, развивать с Ним отношения в духе беспримесного преданного служения, постигая свою истинную духовную природу. В этот благоприятный день позвольте поблагодарить вас и из глубины своего сердца и от имени всех участников Большого ведического паломничества, студентов школы Бхакти, поблагодарить за все то, что вы, дорогой Шрила Прабхупада, делаете для нас, внося истинный смысл жизни, помогая каждому из нас постигать свою вечную духовную природу. Благодаря вам вашим молитвам, вашему духовному подвигу, вашей самоотверженности, вере в духовного учителя. Бхактисиданты Сарасвати Такуру, благодаря вашей беспримесной преданности и выполнению наставлениям своего духовного учителя, вы даровали нам Кришну. Вы даровали нам верховную личность Бога. Вы огнем истинного знания осветили нам путь в мраке невежества. И каждому из нас пришлось пройти немалый путь. И каждый из нас задает вопрос, где бы я оказался, если бы Шрила Прабхупада не пришел в мою жизнь, если бы Кришна не пришел в мою жизнь. И наши поклоны вам, дорогой Шрила Прабхупада. Вы наполнили смыслом каждое мгновение нашей жизни. Дорогой Шрила Прабхупада, ваши удивительные качества достойны глубокой медитации и являются для каждого из нас примером истинного духовного воина. Вера в миссию своего духовного учителя позволила вам перед отплытием из Индии на борту Джаладуты к берегам Соединенных Штатов Америки с уверенностью заявить о том, что там, в Америке, там, в странах Запада, вас ожидают тысячи последователей, что там уже открыты сотни храмов в странах Запада. И эта духовная реальность, она проявилась в вашем сердце. И каждый из присутствующих здесь и в разных странах мира, мы вошли в эти храмы благодаря вам. В разное время. Кто-то пришел 30 лет тому назад, кто-то пришел всего несколько дней тому назад. Благодаря вам, дорогой Шрила Прабхупада. С тем мы зашли в эти храмы, пришли с тем, чтобы служить в единой семье, духовной семье и выполнять вашу миссию. Несколько дней тому назад для участников нашего паломничества школы Бхакти была получена возможность даршана Матаджи Мандакини, ученицы Шрилы Прабхупады, которая рассказывала о своем служении вашим лотосным стопам и о том, как сознание Кришны пришло в Советский Союз, который был отделен от внешнего мира железным занавесом. Матаджи Мандакини сказала, вспоминая те годы, что за 2 дня общения Шрилы Прабхупады с Анандой Шанти Прабху он полностью вкладывался в него. И Матаджи Мандакини сказала, я никогда не видела, чтобы Шрила Прабхупада так много внимания, практически 2 дня напролет, 2 суток уделял одному человеку, одному преданному. И общаясь с Анандой Шанти Прабху, Шрила Прабхупада, вы вложили столько знаний, столько шакти, столько стойкости и непобедимости. И зерна, которые посеяны, семена, которые посеяны вами, они дали добрые всходы. Прошли годы, сознание Кришны, книги Шрилы Прабхупады, Хари Кришна Махамантра пришли на территорию Советского Союза. 6 лет пыток, 6 лет пыток и издевательств над первыми преданными в тюрьмах, в психических клиниках. Пытались убить их тело, но они не убили их сознание, потому что их сознание было связано с сознанием Кришны. Их сознание было связано со Шрилой Прабхупадой. И Ананда Шанти Прабху в какой-то момент, он уже готов был сдаться. И в этот момент Кришна проявился через шлоку Бхагавад-гиты. Душа, ее невозможно убить, ее невозможно сжечь огнем, ее невозможно разрубить. И сам Кришна, по милости Шрилы Прабхупады, проявился в сердце Ананды Шакти. Дорогой Шрила Прабхупада, спасибо вам огромное за то, что вы дали Кришну каждому из нас. Мы хотим, позвольте нам, каждому медитировать на ваши качества. И эти качества у каждого отзовутся в сердце каким-то особым. Позвольте то шакти, которое вы вложили в миссию Искон, продолжить нам и быть достойными последователями и достойными слугами ваших лотосных стоп и лотосных стоп всех ваших учеников.
Premanande Haribo. Prabhu, there, he can offer to give us a 2-minute translation. Is he standing right there? For those of us who don't speak Russian, we were deeply moved by that talk, despite the fact that we didn't know what she was saying. But there was a certain effectiveness to that, seeing how Krishna consciousness has crossed all the normal boundaries by Srila Prabhupada's grace. And would just give us a 2-minute summary. Any highlights that you can remember, please.
Hare Krishna. Mother Prema Tarangini was speaking about how she was thankful for all the mercy that Srila Prabhupada's brought us, all the mercy of all the acharyas, giving us. Не надо перевести. That she more than anything, she spoke about how Srila Prabhupada brought Krishna consciousness to the Soviet Union, and even though he was only there for a very short time, he injected bhakti into the whole Soviet Union. And she spoke about Ananta Shanti Prabhu, and she said that they put him in a mental institution, and they were trying to kill his body, but they couldn't kill his soul. And that was all thanks to Srila Prabhupada bringing this great science of Krishna consciousness to all of us, and how much it's affected all of our souls and changed our lives. She spoke about how she can't even fathom where her life would be without Srila Prabhupada. And she wishes to thank everyone here at Govardhana and making for Srila Prabhupada, letting this gathering happen. That was Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Sachinandan Swami. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarine
Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Go Bhaktavinda. Please repeat after me. Namaste Girirajaya Shri Govardhana Namine Ashesha Klesha Nashaya Paramananda Dayine Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. So nice to see so many Vaishnavas. Thank you for attending this very important ceremony for either connecting or reconnecting with Srila Prabhupada. When this difficult day happened in 1977, I came with my Sankirtan party to the castle in which Srila Prabhupada had stayed with us for, I believe, 2 long weeks. It was a long visit. We entered, our cars were empty, all the books were distributed, but the safe was full with German money. We were in a very joyful spirit. When we entered the castle, we met gloom. We didn't know what happened, and we were told at 6 o'clock there would be an important meeting. Everyone would have to attend. Okay, we quickly took a shower. What could it be? And then our GBC came down that long staircase which Prabhupada had walked up on. Always it led from the temple room through a big hall to Prabhupada's room. For 2 weeks we had seen him. The GBC came down that staircase, and he couldn't make it to his seating place. He cried. And then after composing himself, there needed to be a kirtan. He broke the news to us, unsuspecting victims, that Prabhupada had left his body. For us, this was an impossibility. Yes, we knew he was ill. We knew he was seriously ill. But he had been so a few times. And he was a representative of God. God never dies. The spiritual master, in our concept, it's impossible that he leaves us. For many of us, a very difficult time started. A time when some of us were fearing for their mental stability. But as the time went on, we started to make an observation. And this was first very unconsciously perceived until it became a theologically formulated philosophy. That is, when we followed Prabhupada's instructions, an amazing protection was there, and also something which we all felt during Prabhupada in the presence, in the atmosphere. That is that there is no impossible. Everything is possible and can be done if you walk on the right track. I would like to give 2 examples from my life when I became, let me say, when this unconscious thing, oh yes, follow the Vani, became really something which, wow, it really works, a realization. The temple of Berlin was always a little downtrodden, few people came. Berlin is a difficult place. It's a little bit, you can compare it like with New York, with a more hellish color. So Prabhupada had said, Berlin will be the spiritual capital of Europe. Germans like such statements. And I had been traveling and doing many things. I said, well, let me try to see if I focus with a team of devotees only on preaching in Berlin, will something happen that can make this statement true or more possible to come. And a few nice devotees came who were convinced of this statement of Srila Prabhupada, and we saw miracles happening. We preached and with that focus to try to establish something, let me say, that would influence the German country, something which had a ripple effect. And wow! All of a sudden we were in the main TV shows which went from Berlin all over Germany. I remember we were in one show, it was called Idols of Germany. There was a president, there was Nina Hagen, and then they had included the Doors from America, the surviving people of the psychedelic influence. It was no longer idols of just Europe. They had the Russian dancer Nureyev, if you remember him, the Swan Ballet, Nureyev. We were just next to the most famous people, and we were there as the Hare Krishnas with the guitar and the Hare Krishna dancing and throwing flowers and upsetting the whole studio with our unruly behavior. Yes, it worked. There was an influence working. Russia, after the Iron Curtain broke down, the Gauranga Bhajan group got the airplane of Boris Yeltsin, the then president of Russia, and did a tour through Russia where sometimes 33,000 people danced, and the American CBS, that's a news broadcast, I understand, was forced to say Hare Krishna, the fastest growing religion in the former Soviet Union. They made the statement. Prabhus, the prince, now we can also see how the temples which grow in India, In Delhi, one big temple after the other opens with the congregations up to 10,000 people. Our Radhanath Maharaj walking through the parliaments of the world, shaking hands with the powerful preaching successes which make us think, do I dream or is it true? And why is it happening? When you track it back, it is happening to Srila because of Srila Prabhupada's knowledge, what he gave us. Let us remember His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj's lecture, who said in the opening, let's look at our lifestyle. It's made out of Prabhupada. We get up, we are clean, we follow principles, have association, eat prasadam, do harinam, everything. It comes back to Prabhupada. But there is another thing I would like to highlight. It's something which might require more exploration of philosophical nature. But I really see in my observation, it is due to a certain Shakti or energy, which is the energy of Prabhupada, which works even after his disappearance, after his going away from this planet. And that's truly marvelous. Yes, Lenin, Lenin as a propounder of communism, Karl Marx, and John Lennon is quoted. Yes, there are people whose influence are still going on, but can they carry lives? Can they move opinions in a massive way? Can they inspire individuals to give everything, even their treasured habits, in the service of this? This is Shakti. Some Shakti is working. Alone, I do not have any energy to keep on this chanting of Hare Krishna. Oh, Gurudev, give me your blessings. That is a statement we have just heard. So this observation is something which I find very, very stunning. And therefore, I would like to say, my dear listeners, both the sleeping and the awake listeners, find an instruction in Srila Prabhupada's plan and hold on to this. And it will be for you like entering into an airplane and moving by another Shakti than your own forward. If you leave again the airplane, there's an uncertain future waiting outside. In the remaining part of my little glorification, I would go with a secret agenda into an instruction of Srila Prabhupada, which I received just a little while ago and which shocked me. It's a letter from Satsvarup Maharaj to Satsvarup Das at that time, Maharaj now, 10th April of 1972. Quite early after Prabhupada's, 6 years after his teaching. He said, "Now I have given you everything, but I do not see that even the basic principles of advancement in spiritual life are always there. What could be basic principles of advancement in spiritual life? It means detachment from material involvement, desires. It means attachment to Krishna, basic principles. I don't see that they are always there. And sometimes there is tendency to neglect what is our real purpose of life. Namely, to become mad after Krishna. And instead we become carried away by big talk. So I am still thinking how things will go on. Prabhupada has said many things about the purpose of human form of life. He has given many instructions, so let us see if there's something more on the main purpose or real purpose of life, namely to become mad after Krishna. Because this sounds a little shocking. No? What? Mad after Krishna? I mean, obviously that's not a psychological irregularity what Prabhupada has in mind. It means full absorption with a lot of intensity. Greed is in that madness there. It has a lot of fervor. So there is a lecture he gave at the summit meetings in Mayapur in 1974. And there were some devotees who in the midst of the lecture stood up and left. Srila Prabhupada's response was very strong. And you will see it connects with his real purpose. Where are they going? They are busy in some other work? Ugrakama! Without hearing what he will do. Nonsense! I can't say it in the Prabhupada inflection, unfortunately. But it's heavy. When Prabhupada got heavy, Prabhus, we were shaking. So heavy. Shravanam Kirtanam. This is our main business. Shravanam. If you don't hear, what you will do? You will do simply sense gratification. That's all. So this is the difficulty, that we are not very much interested in hearing. And that is the main business. Our bhakti begins. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu. We have to hear and we have to speak. But if we are not interested in hearing and speaking, then it will all become simply a formula. If you want to find this, it goes on like this. It's on page 164 of the wonderful summary of the 11th and 12th canto called The Backward Glance. You can. So, my dear devotees, on this disappearance day, let us watch the entirety of Srila Prabhupada's instructions to us. Let us especially concentrate on those where he had everyone in mind. Everyone should do it. And let us not be carried away by big talk. What could be big talk? Well, I don't dare to give an interpretation. It could mean many things, that the problems of ISKCON. It could mean big plans for the future. All this needs to be addressed. But what are we doing about the real purpose of life? That is a total transformation from a person who was very absorbed in his own sense gratification and me and mine, to someone who is a servant. We are at the moment meeting, this will be the last point, in Vrindavan Dham. You have all come for the month of Kartik to celebrate Kartika Devi or Jeshwari, Shrimati Radharani. You have come to celebrate Lord Damodar, her beloved. You are here in sacred territory. Please behave sacred. Prabhupada gave some instructions which will be very good for us, and where we can train a little bit what it means to become fully absorbed in Krishna, our real purpose. He said, those who are living in Vrindavan, they should try to understand Krishna Tattva, the truth of Krishna. That is their business. No? Main business is you're here for understanding more about Krishna. Another instruction, that means he will instruct us how to remain in the right attitude and consciousness here. As Krishna is worshipable, similarly his Dham is worshipable. We should be very much respectful to Vrindavan Dham. Otherwise, we'll be offender. Dham aparad. The best to avoid offenses in the holy Dham, which will hurl us downwards, the best tip he gives in his next instruction. Prabhupada says, if we remain in Vrindavan, we should know that we are living with Krishna. Yes, that's always good to say. Please remain awake, especially with your mind and brain. If we remain in Vrindavan, we should know that we are living with Krishna, and how much we should be cautious and careful. Vrindavan Dham is also Krishna. And the last, something about the potency of this holy place. Rupa Goswami informs us, in Vrindavan Dham there are always two energies working. The Taraka Shakti, that which liberates us from our conditioning, and the Paraka Shakti, that which pulls or attracts our mind to Krishna. But so these Shaktis work on us, and they work especially through one agent in Vrindavan. Any one of you who can imagine who that agent is? That supplies unprecedented blessings. Sorry? Srimati Radharani, Yogamaya, Govardhana. Prabhupada said something very interesting, mind-catching. So remain attentive now. Because I'm living in Vrindavan, Vrindavan Raj, dust of Vrindavan, will cure me, will purify me. That's a fact. Yes. Hare Krishna. Now let me talk normally. Sometimes when you try to get an attention and make a point, you become a little bit fiery. But in normal words, I would love to say, Srila Prabhupada has disappeared, but he left a boat for us. The safe boat of his instructions. An ordinary boat is a limited place, there's limited space. But already the horoscope of Prabhupada said that his presentation is very broad. He built a house in which the whole world can live. That was the astrologer's pronouncement. So Prabhupada's boat is very broad. It has there are instructions even for you and me, which we can find and follow. There are instructions which can be for you at all stages of your life, the beginning stages, and then when you are in the evening of your life, just a few days before your own departure. Try to find these instructions in the very broad boat of Srila Prabhupada's instruction. Make them something which is your guiding light. Even if you are a little bit creative, a little bit poetic, a little bit independent-minded, a little bit, or if you are one, tell me what I should do, I will do it, and I'm most loyal. Everyone, all shades of our sometimes troubled personalities can catch something at any stage of our life and then see how our heart gets purified and our spectrum gets bigger. And the last point which I really wanted to make here when I read this letter, the real purpose of our movement is this full absorption in Krishna, becoming mad after Krishna. See that it is very, very important for all of us to remain in contact with the literature of Srila Prabhupada. Best is a daily contact. Not only best, it's necessary, so that the mind will have the proper orientation where to go, that you will be in harmony, in tune with Srila Prabhupada. And while you follow his instructions, other instructions, that you will know where to place them in the overall scope of his movement, and don't become a war-wielding fanatic. You have to understand the whole broad scope. And that happens when you read regularly the literature. Then you will see the scope, and you will, when you choose to follow a few specific instructions, you will have a broad heart, a broad mind, be a kind member of this great attempt to form an international pure movement. And then your contribution will be very, very good. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Premanandi. Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Sachinandan Swami ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. We have a 7-minute intermission. We're going to start back up here at 5 minutes till 11 o'clock. To give everyone a chance to move. But please be back promptly, because we're going to start right up, whether everybody's back or not. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Simple, simple. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Welcome back, everyone, to this ceremony remembering Srila Prabhupada and his disappearance. And so far, we've heard from a variety of devotees from various generations. And now to start off the next section, I'd like to call Bhakta Matt, who just recently came to Krishna consciousness a few months ago, but has embraced the process very deeply and represents the growing mercy of Srila Prabhupada as it continues through the various generations. Hare Krishna.
Okay. The other couple nights ago, Jayadvaita Maharaj gave a really nice reflection in our reading. He said that one doesn't just access Krishna like you wouldn't just show up at Apple Computers and ask to see Tim Cook for a meeting. There's a way in which you go through the process to access Krishna. And then I realized as I was sitting in the room after Maharaj gave his reflection that I'm actually sitting in a room in Vrindavan with His Holiness Keshav Bharata Maharaj, Vaisesika Prabhu, and Jayadvaita Swami. And I thought, this is some kind of mercy that I'm sitting in Krishna's presence after walking into a temple 4 months ago. And I just keep hearing this reoccurring theme of Krishna's mercy. And it truly is Krishna's mercy through Prabhupada. Mercy meaning that when I came in, it just happened to be on Tamal Krishna Goswami's appearance day. And it was the first time that I saw Maharaj, Keshavarti Maharaj. And someone invited me to the reading that evening. And I was looking around and I saw the posters in the temple. And it said, what is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of yoga? And I thought, I do yoga. I stretch. This might be something that I'm really into. But there was just something inside of me that was just really drawn to this, that felt like this might be it. After all the searching, this might be it. The following day, I came to meet with Keshavarti Maharaj, and I sat down, and I didn't know what to say, and he said, what can I do for you? And I said, I don't know. I'm just here. He said, well, I'm going to Denver in a few weeks. You should come along. And I said, well, I've got a job. I've got this whole life going on. I said, let me tie up some loose ends. And then I ended up just quitting my job and going to Denver. And in Denver, I started to freak out a little bit because now everything was just kind of sinking in, that I just drove 1,000 miles from Houston to a different city, and I didn't quite know what was going to happen next. And right as that feeling started to take over, Krishna's mercy, I got a phone call from Maharaj, and he says, come meet with me. And I met with Maharaj, and he said, this is so far out. It's like looking in a mirror, me 40 years ago. And I thought, wow, all right. That's nice. That's nice to hear from someone so elevated. And he says, you need an accelerated Bhakti program. And I thought, I don't know what that means. I don't know what Bhakti means. Everyone keeps calling me Bhakta. I don't know what that means. It just, everything, he said, well, you should come to India with me. Not India, okay. Well, I just quit my job. I don't know how I'm going to pay to go to India. And he said, don't worry, it's already being arranged. And I thought, what does that mean? I don't know what that means either. So I'm driving back home to Houston, and I'm just kind of trying to process everything. When I get back home, we find out that Maharaj had injured himself, broke his elbow in the airport, which thus necessitated someone to go with him and assist him in the airport. And it was arranged that I travel with Maharaj. And all throughout this process, it's just been Krishna's mercy. I can't explain to anyone why I'm here or how this has happened or how yesterday I attempted to clang some cymbals together in the 24-hour kirtan. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but it just keeps happening. And I don't deserve it, but I'm so thankful for it. And I'm so thankful to Prabhupada, and I'm thankful to Maharaj for changing my life forever. And just feel so blessed to be able to talk here and be here with everyone and all these great devotees. Thank you.
Jagatarini, would you please come up? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Yes, thank you. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarane. Now, I'm just getting this file. On my way here from Perth, Western Australia, I was trying to take a little rest because it was a little hectic leaving. And I also was thinking that although I wasn't sure if it was going to take place, maybe I would be asked to speak at Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day somewhere. So I just wrote down a few thoughts that I would like to share with you. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine intention of waking up the spiritual consciousness Got it. I can hold it. Yeah? Okay. Of waking up the spiritual consciousness within everyone. This year has been one in which I have recognized significant spiritual progress despite my lingering frailties. As you know, I serve you in Perth, Western Australia, where we have created our beautiful Sacred India Gallery to introduce visitors to the 3 sacred dhams, Navadvip Dham, Jagannath Puri, and Sri Vrindavan Dham. When I first met you in Los Angeles in 1970, you understood that I had previously been working as an actress, and you immediately invited me to take part in a drama depicting Chaitanya Leela. You shared with me some of the themes that you were already creating as part of a script that you were working on with Hayagriva Prabhu. And then you told me to present the culture that will attract a higher class of people, you said, to this movement. From that time on, I did use my meager talents in the line of culture, drama, and children's education, also with adults within our community. But this year I felt inspired to step out into the world with my presentations and my artwork. One moment. Our gallery is quite small, and yet it is exquisite. It consists of a series of installations and miniature dioramas. So many talented devotees added their skills to its creation. Many of our visitors who go through on a gallery tour find themselves unable to express in words their appreciation for what they just experienced. Our dedicated tour guide, Sri Radharaman Prabhu, is expertly creating their good fortune. When we opened to the public in 2012, after working very hard for 10 years, I told Sri Radharaman Prabhu that it will take us another 10 years, the same amount of time, to actually learn exactly how we should use this gallery most effectively. For me, the most inspiring part is that people from all religious backgrounds and walks of life are gradually developing friendship with us, and hopefully we can bring them forward on their spiritual journey. This year we had the first Australian Member of Parliament, Muslim lady Member of Parliament, visit the gallery. And at the end she wrote a beautiful appreciation which ended with her saying that she understood that the spiritual essence was Krishna. She was being very polite, but she was not unmoved by the experience that she had just taken. When I listen to you speaking, I perceive such an open-heartedness, especially in the early days in America. It brought home to me how far your compassion extended when you told my husband and I in the Philippines that it was your desire that all the souls in the universe go back to Godhead. When I reflect upon that, I become astounded, and my heart feels such joy and inspiration. And this is another incident that fills me with the same kind of happiness. This is an interview somebody presents in the Prabhupada Lilamrita in the volume called Planting the Seed. This gentleman's name is Howard Smith, and he's a reporter from, I think it's called the Village Voice. He had come to do an interview with Srila Prabhupada when Srila Prabhupada was living in a loft in New York where he was living with a young man who had a drug habit and was not even vegetarian. And downstairs, as he would come in and out of the building, he had to excuse himself to the drunks who were lying or seated on the pavement below. Howard Smith remembers, he says, "So I went down there and I went upstairs into this very funky artist's loft. There were carpets all over the place, old and worn out, and a lot of people sitting around in various kinds of hippie garb. Plus, what I think they must have thought was Indian garb. That means dress, apparel. Most of them were sitting alone around the room facing the wall, like they had nothing to do with each other. They were sitting cross-legged, and each one seemed to be doing something different. Nobody paid any attention to me when I walked in. I saw shoes lined up, and I thought, maybe I'm supposed to take off my shoes. But nobody said anything to me. So I walked around the edge of the carpet, looking for somebody to pay attention to me, and I wondered what was going on. I didn't want to interrupt anybody because they all seemed deep into whatever kind of prayer they were doing. In the back of the loft, I noticed a little curtain, a kind of Indian madras, that's a bedspread, kind of a decorative curtain. So I decided to peer into that area. I looked in, and there was Swami Bhaktivedanta, sitting there, cross-legged, in saffron garments, with the markings on his forehead and nose, and his hand in the bead bag. Even though he looked like the real thing, he seemed more approachable, and I said, "Hello," and he looked up. I said, "Swami Bhaktivedanta?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "I'm Howard Smith." I was expecting to sit down, so I said, "Excuse me, I have to take off my shoes." And he said, "Why do you want to take off your shoes?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I saw all the shoes out there." And he said, "I didn't ask you to take your shoes off." I said, "What are all those people doing?" And he said, "I don't know." And they don't know. They don't know what they're doing. I am trying to teach them. And they seem to be misunderstanding me. They are very confused people. Then I sat and talked. And I liked him a lot right away. I mean, I'd met a lot of other swamis, and I didn't like them too much. And I don't think it's fair to lump them all together and say, "Oh, those swamis, they're from India." Because he was very, very basic. And that's what I seemed to like about him. He not only made me feel completely at ease, but he seemed very open and honest. Like he asked my advice on things. He was very new in the country. I thought his ideas stood a good chance of taking hold because he seemed so practical. His head didn't seem to be in the clouds. He wasn't talking mysticism every third word. I guess that is where his soul was at. But that isn't where his normal conversational consciousness was at. Then he said several people had told him that the Village Voice would be a very good place to be written up, and that basically it would reach a kind of people who already perhaps had a leaning or an interest in what he was preaching. And I said that I thought he was correct. He asked me if I had read any books or knew anything about Indian culture, and I said no, I didn't really. We talked a little, and he explained to me that he had these books in English that he had already translated in India. And he handed those to me and said, "If you want more background, you can read these." It was obvious to me that I was not talking to some fellow who had just decided that he had seen God and was going to tell people about it. He seemed to be an educated man, much more than myself actually. And I liked his humbleness. I just plain liked the guy. He explained everything I wanted to know. The significance of what he was wearing, the mark on his forehead, the bead bag, and I liked his explanations. Everything was very practical. And then he talked about temples all over the world. And he said, "Well, we have got a long way to go. but I am very patient. So this is Srila Prabhupada with nothing except his dream and his faith, but nothing in the way of supporters or a place to stay or anything. Not even 26 Second Avenue had come about then. Dear Prabhupada, you are very patient, and you are very patient now. I want to also become patient. I would like to embody kindness to others, irrespective of their conditioning. I have many serious limitations, as we both know, but I would be so happy if somehow you could use me. After all, the sons of Kuvera, whom we glorify every night for a month, were not acting properly. Yet they caught the attention of Narada, who wanted their benefit. They were chastened by a curse and then blessed with the highest possible gift of personal service to Sri Sri Radha and Krishna and the residents of Vrindavan. My hope is that, while suffering the curse of my fallenness, you might notice this fallen fool who requires unlimited mercy. I continue to rely upon your patience and your profound spiritual intentions. No words can adequately express what I owe to you. Your insignificant servant, Jagatarini Dasi. Thank you.
Grace Jagatarini Devi Dasi ki jai. Nirukula Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Offer my humble obeisances to all the devotees, especially my esteemed God brothers and God sisters, and to all of you devotees who have come here from all over the world. I'm honored and humbled to be here in your association. As Satchidananda Swami was speaking about grabbing on to an instruction, I've also been meditating on that lately. And I can see that if we are able to do that, it will save us through many different obstacles, trials and tribulations. We have that example from Srila Prabhupada. He took an instruction given to him by his Gurudev, and we are all the results of that. And so I know how important that is. We have that example in many of our own God brothers, God sisters, and all of you here who have taken the one single instruction that they got from Srila Prabhupada. For instance, read my books, or just cooperate together. And we can see how that affects so much of the preaching and all of our advancement in Krishna consciousness. My husband has said, and I like this quote, that we all should catch our own Jaladuta. Srila Prabhupada had his Jaladuta, which took him over to Boston and then to New York. And if we can find our Jaladuta, our passion, our instruction, what enlivens us, what nourishes us, what gives us happiness and joy in Krishna consciousness, then we can make advancement, we can preach, we can nurture each other and our own Bhakti-lata kripa. We are here today on the anniversary, the 41st anniversary, if I'm correct, of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day. And thinking back to that day evokes a lot of emotion in us. The disappearance day and the appearance day are often quoted as being the same, but for disciples, it's somewhat different in when the guru leaves. And I've been thinking as I'm sitting here too, that all of you will face what we have faced. All of you will have to come to terms with what happens when your Guru Maharajas leave. And so that's why it's very important to follow those instructions, to take even just one instruction to your heart and make that your life's mission, your life's goal. And also what helps to follow those instructions is, as Maharaj said, to every day be in touch with reading Srila Prabhupada's books, his purports, his commentaries, his translations. This is our association with Srila Prabhupada. We read these for spiritual knowledge, but we read these books for our association with Srila Prabhupada. All of you have the same link, maybe one generation, 2 generations removed, but you all have that same link to Srila Prabhupada. I'm fortunate that I get to travel around the world or come here where so many of you from all over the world are, and I see in you the same desire, the same taste, the same hunger, the same taste for hearing and chanting and wanting to distribute Krishna consciousness and associate with Srila Prabhupada and help him in his mission. And I am encouraged by that, and I'm inspired by all of that, and I thank you all. We're getting on in years, and our bodies are not as resilient as they once were, and I know for a fact that knowing that there are devotees such as yourselves who have taken this process seriously is what deepens our faith, I should say my faith, and inspires us. So I want to please encourage you all to take advantage of the association of seniors, of mentors, which is very, very important. I know it has been in my life and my husband's life, having mentors. And take care of each other. Show each other love and affection. We're often busy making devotees, but we also have to take care of each other. Take care of the devotees who we have here, who Prabhupada has brought to us. I'm very overwhelmed at the moment just looking at all of you. I'm very grateful to Prabhupada and to all of you. Thank you very much.
The great Nikula Devi Dasi ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Purijan Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Would a microphone stand specialist please come up and adjust this properly? Thank you, Havi Prabhu. He's seen more microphones than anyone. all of us put together.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Taramani. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nivasesha Sanyavadi Praskati Desatarani. Om Ganatiminandasya Jana Jana Salakaya Saksisa Militan Zena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Sri Chaitanya Manabhishtam Stafitam Zena Bhutale Sayam Upakadamayam Padati Saha Padantikam Vanchakalpatubhyascha Kripasandupayabhaja Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaisnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. There are so many threads that run commonly through all the different devotees who spoke. And somehow or another, I find it almost mystical. Okay. That these threads very easily connect to each other. And one of the main threads that we've heard is just find some instruction from Srila Prabhupada and hold on to that very tightly. And that instruction, if you make it your life, it is your link to Krishna, and many extraordinary things will happen. As you make your attempt to catch Krishna, he will catch you, and that's very exciting. And that attempt comes through following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. And another image that has stuck in my mind, especially from Jayadvaita Maharaj's talk, there's a boat. And I've seen this painting of the jolly old boat of ISKCON. And Prabhupada steering it along. And there have been many times I wasn't sure if I exactly wanted to be in that boat, and if I was in that boat, I definitely want my own cabin. But there we are, still on the boat. And one of the aspects of this boat that Maharaj didn't mention was that there's the ocean, and then there's the boat, and then there's these devotees sort of climbing down to the water and pulling up people from the ocean onto the boat. And that was Prabhupada. And he's organized, and I would have to say that I can't say that he suffered it, but he did anything. He did everything. He risked his life, he lessened his life to create this boat of ISKCON that would preach, that would pull up people from the material world and bring them to the lotus feet of Krishna in Vrindavan. He sacrificed his life for this, and he created ISKCON for this purpose. He even wrote in a letter, without preaching, the society becomes rubbish. He used the word rubbish, which is a very almost crude word. It becomes useless, it becomes terrible. Now, we've been asked to give our life to following an instruction of Prabhupada, any instruction, and all those instructions ultimately lead to preaching. Because that's what Prabhupada that was I would say, the manifestation, the external manifestation of his internal consciousness, which was clearly Vrindavan and C.C. Radha and Krishna. But the external manifestation of that was this preaching spirit that was incredible. He never had, I think Satchidananda Maharaj once asked either Hari Sori or Shrutakirti, I think. What was Prabhupada like when the door was closed and no one was there? What was he behind the curtain? He wanted to find out the secret life of Prabhupada. And there wasn't any. That was the answer, if I remember correctly. He didn't have a divided mind at all. He was fully focused on what? We call it preaching or an instruction from his spiritual master, but I would like to call it service, devotional service. He was focused on his bhakti, his offering to his Guru Maharaj, to the disciplic line, to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to Nityananda Prabhu, to Sri Radha and Krishna. He was absorbed, and even he was completely absorbed in this mission to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world and to break the false hopes of people in materialistic civilization and materialistic life. And he would undoubtedly call everyone who wasn't Krishna conscious a rascal. That it was his favorite word, some say. But a question comes to my mind, and it's a very heavy question if I really think about it deeply. And that question is, well, if I give my life to serving Prabhupada, to serving Krishna, to serving the followers of Prabhupada, who's going to take care of me? Will I really be taken care of? Or is this some very wonderful story that we've created? There's a bit of an atheist inside. Here I am in the material world. False ego means atheist. So that question recently really, and also to make it more complicated about myself, there's a little bit, maybe a little bit of sincerity, but there are also so many other things within my heart too. So much selfishness, so much self-interest, so much lust, anger, greed, etc. Amidst the spark of that's been planted of sincerity, planted by Srila Prabhupada and his kindness. So then the question becomes even more compounded. Okay, he'll take care of Krishna if I surrender and be pure like Prabhupada was surrendered and be pure. Certainly he'll take care of Prabhupada. But look at my consciousness. I mean, don't look at my consciousness, but it's not on a level that is close to purity. So will Krishna take care of me despite me being me and everything that entails and all the improper sanskaras that happened to me in this life and previous lives? Will Krishna take care of me? And I want to tell you something, not exactly about me, but something that I personally witnessed in the last few months with the departure for the spiritual world of His Holiness Gunagraj Maharaj. Because this was a most incredible experience. Because Gunagraj Maharaj was an old college friend of mine, not the closest of friends, but we were in the same circle of friends. And he was George Leviton, the drummer in the college band, and we knew each other and things like that. And then he remembered, this was more than 50 years ago. So he remembered an incident, because I had begun chanting before him. He remembered an incident where we met in New York. We were on Harinam. We used to call that Sankirtan, when you'd go out on the street. And I think Jayadvaita Maharaj probably was there. And we had a mridanga there. And he was the drummer in the band, right? So I said, let him play the drum, let him play the drum. And they said, no. Only initiated devotees can play the drum, play the mridanga. But anyway, I didn't know what to say to him. So he reminded me of this in the last few months, and I said to him, I didn't know what to say. I just said, please become Krishna conscious. And I really meant it. But I said that to him, and he remembered that 50 years later. You never know, actually, when you try to help someone, when you try to serve someone, you don't know ever what the little sincere effect of your words is going to be and where it's going to go. So, not because of what I said, but because of Rupanuga Prabhu and his own sincerity, he joined, and his own distress, born of being the drummer of the band and all that entails. So much distress comes born of the mode of passion, and with a healthy touch of the mode of ignorance in there in those days. It was the 60s. And then I left the United States. Prabhupada asked me to go and preach in first Japan and then Hong Kong. And really I didn't have anything to do with him for many, many, many years, for 45 years, for 47 years. And then at some point, we saw each other occasionally. And then at some point, when I heard that he was ill with cancer, we started our relationship again. And more or less for 2 or 3 years, I was in touch with him almost every day. And then he tried everything to avoid the fact that he had cancer. He tried every natural therapy that was available. He tried this and that, and he was very strong-minded. He was very strong-minded, so he performed incredible fasts and austerities, and I could see that it wasn't helping at all, and cancer was going to win. I could see that, and others saw that too, and others saw him go through different changes in his consciousness. It's nice to paint pictures of devotees who end up going back to Godhead and only see their purity and their sincerity. And that's really, in one sense, all we should talk about, all we should speak about. But in this case, I would just like to say that he was a human being. And it wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. And I saw that imperfection in him gave me so much hope in the end, because I know me. I know me, and here we are. So I saw what happened to him in the last few weeks. Even that, before that, the last 2 years, when he hadn't actually accepted the fact. He didn't accept the fact that it was over. He even told me one time, a year before he left, I'm going to prove to the world that these medical doctors, they don't know what they're doing. I'm going to conquer cancer. And we were watching him go down and down and down, but he was very strong-minded, and I didn't think that was the best time to tell him this isn't exactly what I think is happening. But I decided that I was just going to wait there, just wait for him. And when the time came, I was going to try and be with him at that most difficult time, which to me was obvious was coming. So he came to Vrindavan. Now, I'd just like to stop this story for a moment, this true story, and just mention 2 things that Jagatrini Mataji had told me about when she first came to Vrindavan. She was doing research on the trees of Vrindavan. and she wandered in Vrindavan, and she met one elevated, who was one of the most exalted, famous Babajis of that time. His name was Kishori Babaji. And the last point of his life, he was living in the house of maybe some disciples or well-wishers in Vrindavan, and he was old and he was helpless, and they were playing the television in the room next door, and he was more or less neglected, and he was in a weakened condition and completely dependent. And that's what happens. The great embarrassment that hits a conditioned soul when he's older is that despite our spirit, despite our pride, we're forced to become dependent on the mercy of others. And he didn't like it at all. The television was blasting in the room next door, correct? And another one, Nandagram Baba, I think he was the Pujari of Nrsingadev deity, and he spent his whole life in Braj, and at the end he was old and sickly. He wasn't surrounded by television, but life was hard. Life was in Sanket, one of the most holy places in Braj, the place of the meeting of Sri Radha and Krishna, and they were left more or less alone. Now, going back to this pastime of Gunagraj Maharaj, and he wasn't alone. For the last years, he wasn't alone at all. And this was the mercy of Prabhupada, because he taught his disciples service. That the whole thing, it's not just distribute books, it's not just do this, it's not just preach, it's not just make dioramas, it's all about service and the serving mood. And this is the door into Braja, because we have to give up the master mood, the feeling of being a master. We have to develop this attitude that Gopi Bharta Parakamala Dasa Das, I'm nothing but a servant, and not only that, an insignificant servant. And that is, with that mood, we go out and preach even. As a servant, not because as a servant of the Guru Parampara, because in sympathy with Prabhupada, and with his desire, we go out and preach and we do these things. So what I saw was that for 2 years he lived in Vrindavan. He lived in the house of His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. His apartments, the apartments of the people who were taking care of him, were Giriraj Maharaj's apartments. And Giriraj Maharaj opened his heart to him. Many devotees continuously were in touch with him. Jayadvaita Maharaj did so much service. Dhanada Maharaj was constantly in touch with him, and other devotees. He had not his disciple exactly, but a disciple of His Holiness dear Damodar Maharaj was there. And the kind of service, and it's the most difficult thing to do, is to be a carer, practically speaking, because you have no space for yourself, practically speaking. And I saw that so many devotees were surrounding him. The temple supported him in many ways. And it was all really on this boat, which sometimes you don't like the person who you're right next to, sometimes you do. But ultimately, the devotees, they care. They care for us. There are soft-hearted, kind-hearted devotees who care, and I saw it. They make sacrifices. Being a servant means you sacrifice for others. It means that you sacrifice for others. And look at Prabhupada's example of that. At 69, leaving Vrindavan And what a sacrifice, how to organize all these unruly boys and girls at that age, to fill them with knowledge, giving up sleeping, but managing these people. And bringing these people to India, it was so austere for these devotees. It was so austere, they were sick and that, but his sacrifice, and he shared his heart with them, and that inspired him. His heart was gold. And it was his heart, it was filled with Krishna, with Vrindavan, with Mahaprabhu's mercy, with Radharani's mercy. And he shared his heart with people, and that was his secret. And it was addictive. It was what everyone, his consciousness was what everyone was longing for. It is what everyone is longing for. And he shared that Krishna consciousness, the depths of his heart, his Krishna consciousness with everyone. And it had an effect, a deep effect, and it inspired others. And the movement, Krishna consciousness, this big old boat, which sometimes we're not sure which way the rudder is going or whatever, it's really being the engine driving it is the heart of Prabhupada. The consciousness of Prabhupada. So, getting back to Gunagraj Maharaj, you know, when you're in this, it came to a point where he had to accept, like, it only happened like 2 to 3 weeks before he actually left. He had to accept that he was going. Indirectly, I asked Rittatvaja Maharaj if he could come and be with him too. And Rittatvaja Maharaj got on a plane, and he's not well either, and did it. This is the boat that Prabhupada built. Devotees are, because Gunagraj Maharaj was afraid of two things. He was afraid of being alone because he had to go through the summer, the heat of Vrindavan summer. He was afraid of being alone because he knew he needed support. And he was afraid of, at the very end, when the pain is almost unbearable, that they would give him so much morphine against his will, but he had to take it. He was afraid that they would give him so much morphine that at the end his consciousness would be cloudy. These were the things that he was afraid of. And then with the devotees who were around him, and when he was in Vrindavan, he served. He started this Vrindavan Kirtan Sangha, and every night devotees would come and chant, and he would be in bed, he couldn't move, but as soon as the Kirtan would start, he would dress himself and go out in crutches or be wheeled out at the end, and he said, I don't know, you know what, he said he couldn't even remember, he couldn't even feel the pain, practically speaking, but then he could only stay for 10 or 15 minutes maybe. But he had such faith and a taste for preaching and the holy names. He had gone to South America. He had preached his whole life, and he was effective. He had gone to South America, got everything going in Argentina, and he was faulty. So how is Krishna going to deal with this person? And this is sort of what I want to say. How is Krishna going to deal with this person who is faulty, but yet gave his life to following an instruction of preaching and spreading the holy names? How is Krishna going to deal with him? I was more than interested when I was with him to watch this. And at the end, the last 2 weeks were really difficult. The pain was increasing. The pain was really increasing. Jaganivas, didn't sleep during those times. He's one of the people taking care of him. He was in so much pain. I'll tell you, I never saw anyone in my whole life go through the pain that this devotee went through. It was so much pain, especially at the very end. And sometimes his mind wasn't working properly. He had to start taking the morphine. And he would be delirious sometimes at night. Sometimes he wouldn't quite make sense. Now, how is Krishna going to deal with him? And he was so, amazingly enough, he was so grateful the whole time. Whenever he was in proper consciousness, he was so grateful. And if you'd give him grateful, he's dying in more pain than I've ever seen anyone in my whole life, and he's grateful. What a gift this is. A gift of who? And then the days got closer and closer, and he accepted he was going to go. And then the pain didn't it didn't decrease, so they had to increase the morphine. They couldn't help it, because when there's so much pain, it's not that it's just say, I'm going to chant Hare Krishna and everything. It's just, it's really tough. He told me 2 days before he left, because he would open up completely to the close people around him. He said, you can't understand what this is like. And I could understand that I couldn't understand. And I could understand that I'm not going to be exempt from this one. But I couldn't understand. But it was so painful. Every movement was painful. Every movement was painful. His mind wasn't working properly a lot of the time. And then, different God brothers would come and visit him. And different devotees would send him letters and talk to him on the phone. All members aboard the same ship. And then one day we had to talk to him, and His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj was there, and His Holiness Tattvaja Maharaj, and we sat him down. He was lying down, because I had a realization that morning that he had to just let go. He just had to let go, because it seemed like we all agreed, he seemed like he was really holding on. And when you're holding on to something that's inevitably not going to happen, your suffering increases 1 billion times more. So we had talked so many times, so I began telling him a story based on what he had told me. So I was sitting next to him, and I said, there was once a young boy who always believed in God. And he asked his mother, he looked at the clouds in the sky and asked his mother, is God there in the clouds? And his mother told him, no, God is not there. But he kept on looking. This is as I told him. He kept on looking until he found his teacher, Srila Prabhupada. And when he asked, is God here? Prabhupada told him, you'll find him in the holy names. Because Gunagraj Maharaj, when your mind isn't working, you can be sure that you're going to doubt a lot of things that you take for granted right now. We so easily say, "Oh, I'm not my body," and on and on and on. But when it comes down to it, and you're in a lot of pain, you find out what you really believe and what you really don't believe. So I had asked him, well, where is the real point of your faith? Where is the real point of your faith? And his answer was in 2 things. The holy names of Krishna and Srila Prabhupada. And then he said, look what you've done. Look what Prabhupada has done. You can't, Krishna Shakti Naivina Tar Pravatana. You can't doubt what Prabhupada has done, how he's filled so many hearts with such sincere desires to spread this. So I told him this story about, and then he met his teacher. So now now is the time to let go of everything else and just hold on to, and when your mind gives you trouble, you just try your best to take shelter of the holy names. You try your best, you take shelter, and we'll be there to help you. Take shelter of Prabhupada and the holy names. Let go of everything else. And he said, thank you so much. And everyone else. And he was such a grateful person despite the most incredible pain. And he was so humble and open-hearted despite the incredible pain. Despite the incredible difficulties. And he was already in the hospice, which was built by Archa Vigraha's inspiration, Mataji and Giriraj. So he was surrounded by the mercy that Prabhupada had created in the form of this society. Quirky as it sometimes may be, it's filled with Prabhupada's mercy. And then, and His Holiness Lokanath Maharaj came and see him, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj came and see him, but in the last days it was Tattvaja Maharaj and Radhanath Maharaj and myself. Radhanath Maharaj had come because Kunagrai Maharaj had given him his first book. and Dhananda Maharaj said there's more to that story. It was in a rough way that he gave it to him, but yet he kept that book with him and he was looking at Prabhupada for months and months and months as he was traveling around the world. So Radhanath Maharaj wanted to repay. And the devotees, this is what I've seen, the devotees want to repay the kindness they've received. And what I've seen also is that Prabhupada wants to repay. He doesn't forget. He doesn't forget the services rendered. I know, I hesitate to say I know this without, because I haven't been fully tested yet. But if I really, as much as I practically can know anything, I know this: that Prabhupada is patient, he's tolerant, and he doesn't forget any service rendered. He doesn't forget any service rendered. So many devotees, and money had come in to support him during this time. And then in the last hours, and then kind doctors, Ananta Singha from the hospital, from the hospice, he was there, always with him. He was with him on call, practically speaking. His own father-in-law was dying in the next room, and he would be there with Gunagrai Maharaj. And then in the last hours, I can't even practically describe how much pain Gunagrai Maharaj. He already was taking quite a bit of painkillers, but we were holding down his arms, and so many devotees had gathered from Vrindavan to chant Krishna's name in the kirtan, because we knew it was happening. And Govinda Maharaj came just on the last day. He had come from this incredible festival in Houston, with His Holiness Keshav Bharati Maharaj was there, Giriraj Maharaj was there, and his health isn't so great, and he just got on this plane later on he told the story of how Gunagrai Maharaj had swept him up and brought him to the temple and things like that. And so we were there in this kirtan, and the room was filled with devotees, and they had him hooked up to this machine to his finger and on his toes, and there was everything is a media event nowadays, right? So first of all, there were devotees, online streaming his death, which was the most peculiar thing on one level. It was getting so many hits on Facebook. It was incredible, but there was live streaming, like the most private, intimate time in one's existence. And in one sense, it was, and I had to tell these, don't put the camera in his face like that. After all, we're supposed to. But yet the whole world. Later on, I understood this was Prabhupada's mercy too. He wanted the world to see this event, how this soul was going to be dealt with. He wanted the world to see this event. So it was being live streamed. There was a huge kirtan going on. And then when these events occur, it seems like they're about to go, and then they're still there, and they're about to go, and they're still there. And he was hooked up to this machine that was like, there was this graph was there, and it would go up and down, and we're all watching it. We're half watching him, watching the machine, the charts as it was going like this. And the kirtan was incredible. It was incredible. Then it started going up and down. And he was in so much pain. He was in so much pain that I was holding his arm down, and there was a professional nurse there, and she said to me, I think you might be hurting him, because I was holding his arm down. But that's not at all what was going on. I was being very gentle, and his nails were into my arm. He was going, it was so heavy, and we were chanting and Hare Krishna, Radhe Shyam, Hare Krishna, Hare. The mantra's going on, and then it's about to happen. And Govinda Raj had been chanting for kirtan for 6 hours, and then he sat down, and someone else led the kirtan, and then Govinda Raj got up. And I thought that, he's going to leave now, because he got up. But no, he grabbed the microphone again, and he started kirtan again. And then he gave the microphone to Ramai Pandit. And then it was the charts are going up and down, and it's live streamed. And then he's in so much pain, they have to intravenously inject more morphine into him. Because the pain seemed to be unlimited. And it was almost time for him to go. And then he went back the doctor said, now he's unconscious. And he went back. If you're familiar with people who are about to go, leave their body, his eyes went back. They said he's in a coma now. His eyes went back. His mouth was open. And the kirtan's going on, and Govinda Maharaj is by his ear. We're right in front of him. And Govinda Maharaj is chanting in his ear, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And he's unconscious, and this is he wasn't alone, but this is one of the things he was afraid of. And he was the doctor said he's in a coma. And then, and it's being televised all over the world. This person who is served his whole life, faulty as it may be, how is Krishna going to deal with him? Is he going to go in a coma like this? And then with Govinda Maharaj chanting in his ear, and he starts chanting. His mouth is clearly moving, his jaw and mouth. No sound is coming out, but his jaw is clearly moving. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And the mantra had pierced his practically unconscious state by Krishna's mercy, by Prabhupada's mercy, by the mercy of the devotees in Vrindavan. And he went chanting Krishna's holy names. And the atmosphere was incredible. Govinda Maharaj, naturally wild anyway, was and we were all like it just felt like we were in the spiritual world. And it was so clear to everyone he had gone home chanting in Vrindavan, surrounded. He had done the impossible. He was taken care of. He had given everything, and he was taken care of. And so usually we glorify the exalted qualities of the devotees. But what really hit me was to glorify the exalted mercy that Prabhupada had sent to him because Prabhupada didn't forget the service that his disciple had sincerely rendered, despite whatever faults may have been there. And I found that was so, it was wonderful to understand that, and gave hope. So, be hopeful, serve, take an instruction and serve, preach, serve, and be unselfish. Be unselfish. Prabhupada once said, if there's a fight, it means between devotees, both devotees are at fault, because you can't fight if the other person isn't fighting. So be kind to each other, be gentle with each other, and be very hopeful. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gunagrai Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Is Gaiswari John Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. It's only just Gaiswari Bharti Maharaj, please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
What can I say after that? Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna iti namane Vani Shimurti Dinatarane. I'm mixing the two things. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachara Nirvishe Dunyavari Paschatya Deshatanane. So Jayadvaita Maharaj and I were standing almost together. There's a famous picture, actually, a screenshot of a video that was taken as Prabhupada was leaving. And all the things that I've heard so far when Srila Prabhupada actually departed, he went through the process in the body. It's the same. My body, myself, my body, and I had this. So I started without you because I'm talking about when we were standing. Because it was very intense, obviously, for all of us. But I carried that feeling of vacantness for quite some time. And could I have some water? Maybe? Somebody? No, just water, regular water. So then, for years, when it came to this celebration, I would be somewhere else. It was too hard. I would be somewhere else. I would arrange it that when everyone would go this place, I would be over in this place, and I don't know if it was that I couldn't face it, but I was taken to that place where the world was vacant, and but thank you so much. So many things that I've heard so far. Find the service, find the mission. I've always been a leader my whole life, but I've been a leader that needs a leader. I never wanted to be the guy out in front. When I ended up being there, I had difficulties. So I always like to have a leader and lead. So anyway, so many services. Then Gopi Pranadana Prabhu asked me to be his editor, and I spent, under the guidance of my guru, Shiksha Guru, Jayadvaita Maharaj, working very intimately for many, many years, editing books, and wonderful books, Brihad Bhagavatamrita, which many devotees think it's the gold standard in terms of how it's done and what it says and so many things. And Gopi told me when he was trying to convince me, because, who am I? What do I was editor? I made a sample and I sent it to Dravida, and it came back all red. There were no black words. You know what red that means? Not an editor. It's just a couple of black words and 3 pages. And I said, okay, that's it. It was a nice idea. Well, no, you can do it because... Anyway. So, but then, 17 years later, and I never felt at all disconnected from devotional service or from Krishna, or for even making sure that everything was properly done, and the references were correct, and Siddhanta was being maintained, all those things. Books edited and published, and training the best of the best of the best. And then, it had been a long time since I had actually started to read Srila Prabhupada's books systematically. Just Prabhupada's books, systematically. And so I made a kind of influence Shishika Prabhu to read number of pages a day that I could read Bhagavatam every year from now on. And I made a vow. That was going on 5 years ago. And I was so much talk. You know, he hasn't been around hardly very much, but he came to hear Srila Prabhupada's books straight. And not just he's just a sample of devotees in Houston who started to come, being inspired by the Super Soul in their hearts, to come and just hear and to associate with Prabhupada straight. You know, every day. Here we're doing 5 hours a day. This was my inspiration, of course. 17 years we've been doing this, 5 hours a day, reading Prabhupada's books. So, when I started to do this, you know, it was like clouds parted and the sun started hard, and I felt complete. And Srila Prabhupada is personally present in his books, personally present, especially in his purports. And I was this is Swami in a Strange Land, which I read this last year, and I was so deeply moved by this book because it's shorter and more concise than some of the other biographical works of Srila Prabhupada, but it's so masterfully done, and what Prabhupada had to do, what Prabhupada had to go through. This is Rabindra Sarup speaking. Once in the mid-70s, senior disciple Rabindra Sarup wrote to Prabhupada in a commemorative offering. Oh. Yes. The devotee showed me something I was probably not supposed to see. Your correspondence files for a few years, filled with all the letters you had received. You know, in our database, we see all the letters that Prabhupada wrote. We don't see all the letters that he was responding to. I was shocked by the volume of problems within our movement. You know, we're thinking, little me, I've got my problem, and I'm seeing so many problems, and this and that, little insignificant me. And Prabhupada was seeing the whole thing, seemed to present an overwhelmingly fatal obstacle. It was disillusioning and discouraging few hours of reading for me. I understood then more of your greatness, of vision heard, our thread running through the whole thing. Srila Prabhupada's books, Srila Prabhupada's purports. If you read the books carefully every day, straight through, and when you get to the end, just start again. Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. And when you get to the end, start again. Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita. And Srila Prabhupada will take you by the hand in those purports. And he will just take you by the hand and take you step by step, step by step. This is Prabhupada. He's delivering the world. That was his plot. To re-spiritualize and uplift the world through the Bhaktivedanta purports. The Srimad Bhagavatam is a literary incarnation of Krishna, the holy name. Even though I felt the whole world vacant at the moment he left, and for years after, at this time, on this day, that's a confession. Once Srila Prabhupada was traveling to Mayapur, and he was passing on Bhaktisiddhanta's road, and he happened to pass by the Chaitanya Mat, where the samadhi of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is, and it happened to be on his Vyasa Puja, his appearance day. And Prabhupada had the driver slow down, and there was one brahmachari on the road, and he noticed that Prabhupada didn't stop, and went to the head of the mat and started to complain. And you know, who needs an internet in Mayapur? You know, it's like 3 seconds, it was everywhere. Went back to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, doesn't he, Danta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj is sitting right next to me. He's always sitting next to me. This is service. This is devotional service. The compassion that Srila Prabhupada had to deal with all of those problems for all of those years, and that's why this movement is still together, and that's why we're all sitting here today, relishing the story of Gunagrai Maharaj's passing away, and all the wonderful of service, different levels of service. But Prabhupada is personally present in his books, and so many devotees have stopped reading them. Why? Sometimes I think they think it's boring because he's saying one thing again and again. You're not this body, you're not this body, you're not this body, you're not this body, you're not this body. Well, read the Bhagavatam. What was the last instruction of Shukadev Goswami to Maharaj Parikshit? Do you remember? The last sentence. Give up this animalistic tendency to think that you're the body. This is after the 10th canto, after the 11th canto, after the 12th canto. All the philosophical, wonderful descriptions of appearances of all of Krishna's incarnations, explaining to us just how great Krishna is. So that when we get to the 10th canto, we won't make the mistake of thinking Krishna's just a lusty young boy, or thief, or whatever. And it isn't that, you do forget that, but you have to be enriched. You have to be, your consciousness has to be expanded in order to be able to forget that and not at the same time think I can be like him and I can just run around and do this and that. Prabhupada gave us everything. And he's still here fully in his purports. And in his translations, even the translations of the Antya-lila, when Lord Chaitanya starts to speak as Radharani, the most intimate things you hear. And Prabhupada's purports are so clear and clean and juicy, and you just get it. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says at the end of Chaitanya Charitamrita, if you just hear with faith and with love and without argument, you get Krishna, you get Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you get love of Krishna, you get everything. And then, if you do this every day, and I made a vow and I'm keeping it, I'm reading every day, live stream, Bhagavatam all the way through, young people, and Matt is just the one example, young people, Krishna from within the heart is bringing them to hear Prabhupada's books. And how many devotees? 16. Just out of nowhere, over just a short period of time. Prabhupada left Vrindavan to do that. And they're still out there. And there's millions of them. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the devotional service of every single one of you. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Keshav Bhari Das Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. And now we're going to call Dhanadhar Swami. But everyone please stand up for 1 minute so you're fresh for Maharaj's lecture. And raise your hands in the air, please. And say Gauranga. Try it again. Reach higher. Say Gauranga. Okay, now say it a little louder. 1, 2, 3. Now say it loud enough so they can hear you back in Vrindavan. 1, 2, 3.
Should I begin, Vaish?
Everyone can be seated, please.
Shalakaya Taksur Unmulatam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. So when I think of a homage on this day, I usually ask myself a question. And you could also, perhaps in your mind, think of the answer to the question. And the question is, what experience during the year most enhanced or nourished your faith of Prabhupada? Similar realization to Burijan Prabhu, especially since I was in contact with him, and that was Prabhupada's mercy at that time was a great example for all of us. So I'm going to speak about something else, just a little something really wonderful to see. Is there was one devotee that Gunagraya Maharaj had made a devotee, Kastuba Prabhu, and he contacted me and said, he made me a devotee. I want to offer a letter of appreciation. Can you get it to him? And then I was able to send it to Buri Prabhu.
And it's probably the last thing that Gunagraj Maharaj verbalized. And I think it was significant because it showed the mercy of Prabhupada of at the end of one's life and the end of one's journey and all the tribulations and all the difficulties, what will be in the heart? And that's Prabhupada's mercy. What will be left in your heart? And I have it on tape. And Borijan was also describing to me that Gunagraj Maharaj was beating his heart with his kind of, and even to speak what he had to say, it was kind of like a lot of breath. And it sounded something like this. Gratitude, so much. City. And the great fortune is my neighbors. Next door to me is Rabindra Sarup Prabhu and his wife Sudamani. And across the street is Satsvarup Maharaj. So it's such a fortune to be able to just one day just decide anytime I want, let me take lunch with Satsvarup Maharaj. And the Guru Parampara, it continues. We see that through every devotee. Like you were saying, Nikula, you see the same thing. But there's also flavors, and there's a little speciality of those people who are directly with Prabhupada. It's something, even one thing really amazed me. There was one godbrother that left Krishna consciousness and took initiation from Bhakti Siddhanta's brother. And then it was the 40th anniversary of the Krishna Bala Mandir, and I see him walking towards there. And for many reasons, I'm connected with him. And I said, where are you going? He said, it's Prabhupada's 40th anniversary. I looked at him. He said, once a Prabhupada's disciple, always a Prabhupada disciple. And then he started talking about being with Ramananda. And telling me that we have to realize this is so important. These people have something special to give. So it's so wonderful. I know Jayadvaita Maharaj, whenever he gets a chance, he goes up there and gets Satsvarup Maharaj's association. And when we have Vyasa Puja up there and hearing Satsvarup Maharaj speak, so I'm going to repeat one story that he told me and give a little bit purport about it. And then answer the second question I always ask on this day. Well, the story he told me is, it's back in the old days, and they invite Prabhupada to this person was running for president. His name is Louis Abalafio. And his party was the Naked Party. And their motto is, we have nothing to hide. So Prabhupada goes in there, and there's people dancing dressed as bananas. Because Satsvarup Maharaj is telling this story because they believe that if you dry bananas and you smoke it, you can get high. And he said the devotees used to give them their banana peels. So Prabhupada went in there and said something, and when he got back, one of the devotees came to Prabhupada and said, he can't run for president because he's not old enough. As if that was And he said that Prabhupada just started to laugh. Tears were coming to his eyes. It was like he was just a belly laugh. He never saw Prabhupada like that. And then another story, I was in the Bhakti Center, and a godbrother from 26 2nd Avenue, who started the Vaikuntha Players, his name was Nayana Baram, he visited me, and I spent some time with him. And he was even saying that the original Brahmachari ashram was next to the Bhakti Center, above that Gringer appliance store. They had like a room. So he was giving me some history. which is an interesting thing because the person who's in charge of that store, when I go to Union Square for the kirtan, every day he would pass and give $1, and I never knew why. But anyway, Naina Brahm told me a story too. He said when he joined, there was another lady from his neighborhood that joined, and she was a militant man-hater, by sexual orientation, by everything. She was a militant. But anyway, she came and business for 6 months, and then wanted to speak to Prabhupada, and came to Prabhupada and said, I just can't stand worshiping that man. And Prabhupada said, that's okay, we worship Radha. So the purport, what do you think is Prabhupada's greatest glory? Because it may change. We may have realizations. So every year I try to think about that. So I was thinking, that his devotees. It's his devotees. You could actually see it here in every single talk. Every talk is phenomenal. You almost feel like one talk is better than the next. And there's something core in there that's so beautiful, besides the shape of the person, the gender of the person, the generation of the person. There's something, and that's really Prabhupada's glory. I heard one definition of sisha, or disciple, is who takes the mood of the guru. And it's that mood of Prabhupada, which is the essence of pure devotional service. It's the essence of the whole Bhagavatam. The essence of the whole Bhagavatam, is to surrender to Guru and Krishna. It's a simple message. And that was Prabhupada's glory. He had 100% faith in the spiritual master. And I think that was the purport that Borijan Prabhu was presenting in relationship to Gunagraya Maharaj. There's just something special about each and every devotee, and it carries in the disciplic succession. And you really go far with those two qualities. 100% faithful to the order of the spiritual master. And it's very, very interesting when you see. I remember one time Borijan Prabhu, I was here, but they went to Srila Prabhupada's appearance day, and he was sitting next to Gopi Pranadhana Prabhu, and different people got up, and one person, maybe Hari Sari Prabhu, he has his own realization of Prabhupada, and it's of Prabhupada the Acharya, and the corporate head of ISKCON, and then Ayendra Prabhu, Manjari Bhav, and that way, through all that, there's something core and something so solid and something so beautiful that Prabhupada was able to communicate. And therefore, I think a very wonderful way to remember Prabhupada and glorify Prabhupada is to remember the devotees who passed away. And when you hone in on their qualities, it's like a little light of Prabhupada. It's like if you have different shapes of metal in fire, they maintain their shape, but they're all the same. They become fire, they become heat and light. So it's such a meditation. I know even in Raganuga Bhakti, spontaneous devotional service, you meditate on the devotees of Krishna in a particular, where he was, at the end, so many garlands. People told me the story. Madhavisa actually told the story. Another great soul with that kind of African-American family, and his mother's holding his hand at the end and saying, "Go back to Prabhupada, Sudama. Go back to Prabhupada." I was there in Vrindavan when the great soul Mother Gauri left. It's too long to tell the story now, but she had cancer. Doctor said she was finished. She went to Vrindavan. We were reading her Chaitanya Charitamrita. Ayurvedic doctor came, gave her some medicine. Cancer went into remission. She goes out back on the Christmas marathon to distribute books. Then comes back to Vrindavan after that, leaves the world on the floor. She wanted to die on the floor of Vrindavan. I know her god sisters, Mother Jagatrini, Mother Vidya, by her ears. The pictures of Prabhupada are coming before. Ayurvedic doctor comes in and feels her pulse and says, same Ayurvedic doctor, disease is finished. You have 1 hour left to live. Because he was very spiritual. He knew the disease is the false ego, the attachment to the body. And then I remember she said, this is with like 40 minutes left, take a picture of me smiling for my god sisters, because there was a whole group of ladies who were famous throughout the movement in Los Angeles for distributing books. You know, take a picture of me smiling for my god sisters to see, basically to see the mercy of Prabhupada and what it's like. And then, you know, 15 minutes before she left, she said, this is intense. But the mercy through the bhav and realization of one devotee after another. I'm not going to take too much time because I know it's kind of towards the end. And usually I'm asked to speak towards the end because they know I won't speak long. But how about this? I live devotees, Ayendra Prabhu, so many, Tribhuvan, there's so many for a glorification of Prabhupada here in Govardhana. Let's remember Gopi Pranadhana, who lived here in Govardhana and was the most amazing person. Why was he the most amazing person? Because he was the only Sanskrit scholar practically in the world who his goal wasn't to be a scholar. His goal was to be a servant of Prabhupada. I can't say the only, but it was so extraordinary. He was never deviated in reading so many books, getting so many ideas, thinking I'm more learned than the spiritual master. And that's so beautiful, that bhav of Prabhupada. So I think we're all fortunate to be here. It's like a historical movement. Every year that I come, it never fails. Not one offering fails to touch your heart and to express that essence of bhakti, pure devotional service that Prabhupada gave and continues in his legacy. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
His Holiness Dhanadhar Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Premanande Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaur Premanande Haribo. I offer my prostrated obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and to all the devotees who are present here. As we're hearing, you're the most worshipable of all as the receptacles of the mercy of the pure devotee. When I, one period of my life, studied English literature at the university, there was a poem called Ode to the Grecian Urn. In the liberal arts, there's all kinds of ways people speculate things, and the urn. And it's actually an interesting exercise to go deeply in the history of it and the feeling of it, and what must the artist been thinking here she created it, and what does it tell about that time. And recently when I was in Vrindavan, it was a great surprise to me, just such a welcome surprise. A dear godbrother of mine who's been a mentor since I joined Krishna Consciousness, Guru Kripa Prabhu, I met the day I joined in San Francisco. When I was visiting him in Vrindavan, as I do every year, and I went up to his room, and he said, Vaish, I want you to take this for the next year. And this is the lota that Srila Prabhupada used on the Jaladuta. He had it in Vrindavan, and then he carried it with him when he was traveling. Haribol. And if you look carefully, that's why I remembered the Ode to the Grecian Urn. What does this magnificent Tadiya tell us about Prabhupada? I mean, so many things. One thing is, it's really been used a lot. When I got it, I just polished it, but it was oxidized quite a bit. But the rim is really bent. It's been dropped many times. It's really been used. And I was thinking about and the life of the world, and Prabhupada didn't entertain it. He asked him about some practical service. And there was a way in which, of course, Prabhupada emphasized more than anyone that we go deeply within the pastimes of Krishna. That's not my point. My point was that he emphasized the hard work of Krishna consciousness. Part of that in preaching, I was thinking the other day, is absorbing the emotions that we go through if we're really invested in helping other people. And I thought about the various ways in which Prabhupada expresses his emotions in his lectures and in his purports and so forth. For instance, he literally rails against the materialistic scientists. I mean, so many times and so emphatically that I really get the impression that they really irked him a lot. I mean, it actually, and after we had our reading session the other day, and I was walking out, and Prabhupada had said several things about the materialistic scientist. And during our breaks, I go out to the driveway and I walk back and forth and I chant a little bit. And I was thinking, what was Prabhupada feeling? I would like to taste some of that anxiety. And then I remembered not once, but it happened many times, but I can remember a specific incident in O'Hare Airport where we used to congregate and distribute books. And in the terminal that I commonly worked in, which was the United Terminal, there was restrooms on either side right before the people would come out of the terminal, and then we'd stand and wait for them. And oftentimes people would wait for a spouse who was in the restroom. So one day I was there, and there was a gentleman standing there, and I showed him a Bhagavad Gita, which he was quite interested. And I had explained how we accept donations. He was more than happy to give a donation. So as he was clutching the Bhagavad Gita under his elbow, he was lifting his wallet out from his back pocket and extracting some money to give as a donation. Meanwhile, his wife came out of the restroom. She grabbed the book from underneath his arm, thrust it back at me, pushed his hand, the money back in the wallet, and made him put it back in his back pocket, and grabbed him by the arm and pulled him away. And I stood there feeling many emotions. One of them was anger. I thought, how dare she? He was just about to, take Krishna consciousness. He was very sincere about it. How could that have happened? And then I felt great anxiety about how could that happen, and is it my fault? And I thought about how much Prabhupada cared about the way people were being influenced by the materialistic scientists, but not just them. There's the corrupt governments who are misleading people in many different ways. And the list goes on. I mean, there are long lists of people that Prabhupada railed against and continues to in his writings and through his followers. And there's quite a bit of emotional toll, one might say, in going out into the world and presenting Krishna consciousness. And just the hard work, showing up every day and doing your work for Krishna, I see in this lota. And despite the fact that you get knocked around or that circumstances aren't the way you thought they should be, you go on with your service. He gave this to me for a year. And sometimes a couple of people said, why just a year? And I was thinking it's almost better for me because any one thing that we have, a gift that we get, we can take it for granted once we think we have it. And it's like, that's it. But every day now I'm looking at this and say, I have 364, 363. And I'm really appreciating, remembering, Prabhupada's ethic of work in Krishna consciousness and trying to drink a drop of that kind of anxiety that he felt for the world. And finally, I'd like to read a prepared piece. And if nobody objects, I'll go ahead. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. The way that you've touched the world is important to all living beings, even if some of them don't know it yet. Such people sitting unaware in their homes will soon be visited by a devotee who, on your behalf, will personally deliver to them a Bhagavad Gita as it is, a Sri Upanishad, or even a full set of Srimad Bhagavatams. The resident will hear a knock at the door and will say to his wife, "Are we expecting anyone?" Curious, he will look through the peephole on his door and see a young woman clutching a stack of books in her arms, standing next to a baby carriage. When he opens the door, the man and his family inside will be struck with the young woman's gentle enthusiasm and determined smile. "Hi, we're with the local ISKCON center, and we're going all over the neighborhood today, meeting people. Have you lived here long?" she'll say. When the man answers that he and his family have lived there for 2 years, the young woman will show him a Bhagavad Gita as it is. Placing it in the man's hands, she'll say, "This is a book on yoga and meditation that will help you get free from stress." Then she'll ask him, "You've heard of stress before, right?" And he'll answer, "Yes, of course." Showing in the back cover, the young woman will mention that Emerson, Thoreau, Gandhi, and Einstein read the Gita and translated it into English hundreds of times. She'll show him a list just behind the front cover, favorable reviews written by university professors about the as-it-is version. Then she'll flip through the color pictures inside the book, giving a running commentary on the paintings while showing the man changing bodies, karma, the universal form. She'll expertly involve him by asking him questions like, "You've heard of karma before, right?" And she'll compliment whatever answer he gives, making him feel special because she knows that he is. While showing him the changing bodies painting, she'll ask him, where are you in all this? He'll smile and point to one of the bodies that is about the same age as his. She'll tell the man that because the book is spiritual and therefore too valuable to sell, she will only accept a donation for it based on his desire to help spread this important knowledge to the world. When the man hesitates, she will encourage him by saying, "We don't need the money. The only reason we accept donations is that when a person gives in return for a spiritual book, he gets the ability to read and understand the book more deeply." The man, heartened by her honesty and conviction, will close the door slightly, go back inside for a few minutes, and will return with 2 $10 bills in his hand, his donation for the book and for spreading spiritual knowledge. After he hands her the donation, she'll ask him if he believes in the power of prayer. When he says yes, she'll hand him a card with the Hare Krishna Mahamantra printed on it and say, "This is an ancient prayer passed down through many generations that wakes up pure love for God within the heart of anyone who repeats it." Then she'll say, "Are you ready?" And without waiting for his reply, she'll begin. Repeat after me. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The man, caught in the jet stream of the young woman's ecstatic enthusiasm, will repeat the mantra after her, 2 words at a time. When he completes it, he'll ask, "What does it mean exactly?" She'll tell him that the names of God are forever sacred, and that the 3 names, Hare, Krishna, and Rama, are personal names of God that mean, "Oh, the energy of the Lord, Hare, the all-attractive, Krishna, the reservoir of all pleasure, Rama." Then the young woman will reach into her side bag, pull out a sweet ball, neatly wrapped and labeled, and she'll hand one to the man, another to his wife, and one to each of his 2 children, who by now have given up watching television to come see what is happening at the front door. After the young woman leaves and the man closes the door, the man's wife and kids will ask, "Who was that? What's that book? Can we eat these sweets? What did she just make you say?" The man, not able to answer completely, will sit down to page through the Bhagavad Gita as it is, thinking to himself, "Now let me see what I've given my hard-earned money for." He'll marvel for a moment at the name of the author, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Seeing a picture of you, Srila Prabhupada, the supersoul within the man's heart, will say to him, "Take shelter here. You're finally in good hands." Srila Prabhupada, all beleaguered souls can soon expect relief because of the force of your campaign to liberally distribute Lord Chaitanya's mercy country to country, city to city, village to village, and door to door. Your success as a world Acharya has come from your strict adherence in following your Guru, His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Before coming to America, you wrote this offering to him in your Varaha Ashtaka. To chant the holy name of the Lord is the explicit command of my worshipable spiritual master. I could never honestly neglect that order. Your greatest acclaim is that you propagated the topmost religious culture. Anyone who accepts the holy name from you comes spiritually qualified. If all those who have attained this qualification were to go out and make disciples, then the miserable conditioned souls would all be delivered from the world of birth and death. Just as the Lord delivered Jagai and Madai out of his own causeless mercy, you explain to everyone, this same method of preaching has to go on. The world has now filled up with Jagais and Madais to deliver. Everyone is anxiously looking down the road, waiting for Chaitanya Nitai to come to their rescue. Srila Prabhupada, the world has indeed filled up with many Jagais and Madais, but because of your success in following your Guru and sticking to the path of the Acharya, the world is also now filling up with pure devotees. Your ability to create pure devotees is your greatest success. My desire is to follow you carefully so that I can someday be counted as one of your success stories. As you live in the intelligence of your sincere followers who apply your teachings, even amidst the daily struggles of life, I will struggle on with your mission. On this day of your disappearance, following your example, I pray to continue dutifully taking the medicine you brought and distributing it to others as you have prescribed. Go Premanande Haribo. We had planned to have many other speakers, but because things are what they are and the hour is late, we're going to, unless there's an intervention. Is a Sri Krishna Maharaj nearby and wants to? Maharaj? What would you like us to do? Okay. So now we're going to have a Pushpanjali and a Guru Puja Artik right here in this very hall. So we'll be passing out flowers, and then after the Artik, everyone can proceed to the out the front gate, and prasadam will be served there. Thank you, everyone, for your supreme patience and sitting to hear this katha for many, many hours. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to Sri Krishna Maharaj, whom I asked to speak earlier. He declined because he declines every year when I ask him. Next year we have a seat reserved for you here, and Prabhu and I will come and get you personally. Okay? You've said it right here, so that's a fact. Thank you very much. Vanchakalpatarubhascha kripasindabevacha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha nantakoti vaishnaviniki jai. And my deepest apologies to those that we could not call upon. If we had 3 or 4 or 5 days, we would not come to the... Thank you. Hare Krishna. Can we do right after?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep, everything has to go out. Except for cameramen can stand anywhere. No, I mean you have priority.
No.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Viditam Yena Tasmai Shri Pishtam Stapitam Yena Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Utaparakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvatutam Parijana Sahita Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Ita Shri Vishakanvitamsha Nama Om Vishnu Nirvisheshvari Paschatya Deshatarine Jwala Primadya Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Aya Namose Panugdhapa Apasiddhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murtaye Vipralamba Rasambode Padambu Jayate Namaha Namo Sakchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virvava Bhomestvam Nirdesa Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Shri Vancha Kolpatarubhyashta Kripasindu Evacha Patitanam Pavanibhyo Vaishyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namni Gaura Tvishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Tarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavatakam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Jayatam Suratao Pangaur Mamanda Matsarvaswapadam Bojao Radha Madana Mohanao Divyanaranya Kalpadrumatha Srimad Ratnam Garastao Srimad Radha Shilagovinda Deva Sita Karshan Venus Gopir Gopinath Shri Rishabha Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Gura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Vishesha Shunyavadi Chatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srite Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Desha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Samsara Dava Nadalidha Loka Tranaya Karunya Kana Kana Tvam Samsara Java Nadalidha Loka Tranaya Karunya Kana Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam 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 Mahaprabhu ki Tanandritya Gita Varitramajan Manashora Sena Mahaprabhu ki Tanandritya Gita Varitramajan Rangabajo Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Romanchakampa Shutarangabajo Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Guru Shri Charanara Gurari Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Shingara Tanman Dhira Marjanadao Yuktasya Bhaktams Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Yuktasya Bhaktams Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Guru Shri Chara Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Charanara Vindam Kritvaiva Tripting Bhajatak Sadaiva Vandravidam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Shri Radhika Avayorapara Madhurya Lila Upanamnam Shri Radhika Avayorapara Madhurya Lila Gunarupanamnam Pratikshana Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Kshana Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Charanara Vindam Nikunjayuno Rati Kesi Alibir Yuktira Pikshaniya Nikunjayuno Rati Keli Siddhai Yayalibir Yuktira Pikshaniya Rati Dashadati Balabasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam Tatrati Daksharati Balabasya Vande Guru Shri Charanara Vindam 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 Sakshadarite Masta Masta Shastra Ruktastata Bhav Yata Eva Sadabi Sakshadarite Masta Masta Shastra Ruktastata Bhav Yata Eva Sadvi Kintu Prabhu Priya Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravi Kintu Prabhu Priya Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam 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 Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasada Swadana Triptan Hari Bhakta I'm sorry. Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasada Yasya Prasadat Bhagavati Kuti Prasada Yasya Tikut Yasya Devindam Yasya Guru Shri Charanaravindam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindam Vande Guru Shri Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Na Prishtaya Swami Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyava Paschatya Deshatarine Chaitanya Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, hey, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman.